putting a price on a piece of property. All right, good morning, everyone. This morning we're blessed to have Reverend call the meeting to order. Any items from the public?
Mr. President, if I may step up, as I constantly remind the council every chance I get, we are very, very, very blessed to have the staff that we have, and Eddie and I were just talking about that briefly today as they go through the subdivision regulations. It's it's taken a long time for us to get the folks that we have in place in the positions that we want, and constantly, daily, I'm reminded that we have the right people in the right places at the right time, and I'm happy to say that I'm confident that we've added another very, very important call to our machinery that we call Berkeley County. Sherry Horvath is our new finance director. Sherry started yesterday, and I think she worked with Gary and I and the folks in finance yesterday, as well as
We're sorry for that.
yeah, and she even came back today. Worked with the folks from Cox Holiday, and we have her set up on a pretty aggressive training curve over the next couple of weeks. But I did want to give her the opportunity to come in and introduce herself and talk to the council. And you're very, very fortunate that I told her a little bit about you, and so the bar's real low. So her expectations,
expect anything
yeah,
more.
she doesn't expect much from this body, so you won't disappoint her.
Well, welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Davis does a wonderful job in picking the right people for the right positions, and we have great confidence in him doing that. We expect him to start getting some of his hair back.
Oh.
All right. So, but your position is a very, very important position in this county, and Mr. Davis and I have talked about you and expect big things. So.
I look forward to producing those big things.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're going to be like everybody else. You're going to be really happy to be part of the team.
I believe so. The individuals I've met so far have been great. It's been a pleasant experience just in the day that I've been here. So looking forward to it very much so.
All right.
We had a department head staff meeting 2 weeks ago, and it was during her transitionary period, and I did invite Sherry to come in and meet with your direct report department heads, so she's had an opportunity to meet all of her department heads, and I think she'll be a really good fit.
Great.
I appreciate that.
Anybody else want to have some welcoming comments?
So are you local here?
Not yet.
Okay.
I actually live in Berkeley, Virginia. It's about 40 minutes away from here. But we are looking to purchase here in Berkeley County. So we've been looking over the last couple of weeks. They go so fast now that, we kind of take a look, and then all of a sudden we're, oh, well, that one's gone already. Or it has 5 offers, and they're not even entertaining our contingencies. So.
Right. Yeah,
So you
contingency.
say we, I'm assuming that means you have a significant other.
I have a husband, and I have 2 daughters, but one's gone off to Georgia with her boyfriend and her boyfriend's mom, and then a 13-year-old at home. Both daughters.
Yeah, real estate is very difficult to tie down, and any contingencies or home inspections, forget about it.
I know. We listed our house yesterday, and hopefully that'll at least give us a little bit of an edge up on the next one.
All right.
What puts the urgency into your
Yeah.
into your position?
Yeah, it's buying a house is crazy anyway, so it just adds a little bit more to the list. So we'll be
Oh,
fine.
there's plenty of them around though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks again for,
Sweet.
I was going to say thanks again for giving us an opportunity to have you on board, and if anything you need in this county, you can always come here and hopefully get good answers.
Thank you very much.
I just welcome you.
Thank you.
All right.
You guys have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda for Thursday, December the 2nd. There's no modifications or changes.
All right.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order?
Mr. President, just one minor modification to the purchase order log, and if you could pull it out and vote on it with this change. On page 3, there's a payment for $24,210 to the Maryland Small Arms Range, Inc., and it's being paid out of $700. The sheriff has already paid for that out of his forfeiture fund, so that needs to be removed from the purchase order law. That is not to be included.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on, that's the only thing, Mr. Dave?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and vote on the purchase order and remove Maryland Small Arms Range Inc. for $24,210.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. No internal budget revisions, Mr. Davis? Change in status. We have a new hire recommendation from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for Rachel Meyer as a peer recovery coach with an annual salary of $37,509 effective December 7th, 2021. Change in status received from Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for Jacob Northcraft. He is receiving an increase in salary due to graduating from the police academy. His salary will go from $45,625 to $47,120 effective November the 8th, 2021. Change of status received from Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal for the below employees. They are receiving a salary increase due to years of service effective December 15th, 2021. John Carball, salary will increase from $35,949 to $36,372. Gary Allen Hart, salary will increase from $36,449 to $38,494. And that's, I assume, is December the 15th as well. Change in status received from the Honorable Katie Deleghetti, prosecuting attorney for Linda Robinson. She is receiving a temporary 10% increase for taking on additional responsibilities. Her salary will increase from $40,000 to $44,000 effective November 30th, 2021. Any concerns on the change in status?
Linda Robinson, is that temporary, but is there a limit to that?
Actually, we had another legal. We had as you're aware, we lost the victim witness coordinator as well as a legal assistant in the prosecuting attorney's office. Linda Robinson is fulfilling a little bit of both of those duties, and Mrs. Delegati's request is that for the temporary upgrade to be made effective November 30th, but that it would expire no later than January 31st, 2022. So she specifically put in her request a termination date for this temporary upgrade.
And then they'll
Yes, sir.
get a replacement.
We're tracking all of that internally.
Okay. Approval of minutes. Everyone was present on November the 4th, 2021. Any changes or corrections on those? County Council calendar will be here next week on the 9th. And then we go into Legislative Summit at 12 p.m. and that's at the Airport Authority. And as Mr. Davis and Penny said, we should have a good turnout.
And that's going to be in the executive hangar, which is where we had the meeting with Senator Manchin some time ago.
Oh, okay.
We will have two members of your court marshal staff, two deputy court marshals will be out there to make sure that everyone finds their way, because it's not the first access road to get to the terminal, it's the next one up.
That's the big hangar.
AV Park.
Right. So we'll have someone there giving
Okay.
directions.
Yeah.
All right. Board and commissions. We have Planning Commission on Monday at 6 p.m. Tuesday the 7th at 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Storm. Wednesday the 8th, 9:30 a.m. Development Authority, 6 p.m. Roundhouse Authority. And Thursday the 9th, Fire Board at 6:30 p.m. Any changes or corrections on the boards and commissions? We have a
Yes, sir.
okay.
I would like to appoint,
No, that's later. I'm sorry. That's just the calendar. Okay. Well, yeah. All right, we have a canceled check from the county clerk's office. Any concerns on the canceled check? All right, motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion, motion's been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Good morning, Mr. Hess. Looks like you have some personal property tax exonerations.
Good morning. I do. I have 10 of them today, 2 pages, 8 on the first page, 2 on the second. For the reasons that's listed there, total them all up, come up to $1,205.12.
Okay, entertain a motion on 10 personal property tax exonerations due to office error.
So moved.
Motion been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And then you have one apportionment of assessment of taxes due to final divorce.
Yes, I do. For Mr. and Mrs., not anymore Mr. and Mrs., but Craig Feaster and Amy Feaster, he had 3 vehicles. He had a total assessed value of $15,690. And we split the bill for him, and he's getting 2 vehicles with an assessed value of $14,670. She got the other vehicle at $1,020. Just need your approval of that today.
All right, entertain a motion on the apportionment of assessment for final divorce.
Mr. President, I move we approve the apportionment of assessment of taxes from Craig and Amy Feaster as outlined here in the paper.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hess.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna skip over board and meeting reports because we have a pretty full schedule today. We'll do that. We'll catch up next week. Board and commission vacancies. Mr. Gokenhour, you have some activity there?
Yes, sir. Like, and when we redid the appeals committee for the zoning and appeals, Mr. Dan Shaggy was appointed for the 1-year term. I'd like to reappoint him.
Okay, all right. Have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right, Tracy, any other activity? All right, Tracy. Tracy Gillum is our next agenda item, grants administrator for a COPS grant. You expect anybody else? Nope, okay.
2 weeks ago, we received a COPS grant for hiring, and we were awarded $500,000 with a required match of $219,329. This grant, to accept it, has to be done electronically.
Okay.
Motion, to accept this electronically.
All right, so it's for hiring or rehiring of police officers. Durations for 36 months. So you're looking for 4
Yes.
police officers, what it's doing. Mr. Davis?
Well, if the council will recall, back in March, during budget, you did set aside money in contingency. At that time, we set aside 120, or the council set aside $120,000, and that money is still in contingency for additional law enforcement officers. The grant, as was submitted, and this is a grant that's been in for a while, lists the base salary at $40,796 and benefits at $19,148. The benefits is certainly okay. You have made some salary adjustments since then. The base salary, and if you take the $40,796 and add the $19,148, it comes out to $59,944 for each deputy. Times 4 comes out to $239,776 annually. Times 3, and that's where you come up with the $719,329, which is part of the total project cost. The actual project cost, based on revised salaries and benefits, is $776,136 over 3 years, less the $500 federal grant award.
500,000?
500,000. I'm sorry, 500,000 federal grant award. That means that not including outfitting and vehicles. And what we would do is take 4 of the most serviceable vehicles that are due to be replaced, and they would be allocated to the new deputies, so we wouldn't go out and purchase additional cruisers. That means that salary and benefits alone over 3 years would be $276,136, or $92,045 a year, which for 4 deputies is a bargain.
Yeah, that's divided by 3 years though.
The 276,136 would be divided by 3 years.
Right.
So
Right.
it comes out to $92,045.
Right, so we have enough money to do it in this budget.
Oh,
we've already set
absolutely.
aside.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it.
No,
I
no,
just
I understand.
want to make sure that you.
You already said it was a bargain.
It is a bargain. And a COPS grant is just like a SAFER grant. We're accepting the COPS grant with the understanding that at the end of the 3-year grant
There's no
period,
guarantee.
well, we're going to absorb these deputies into the
Okay,
into
I'm
the
sorry.
system.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is a 3-year tiered disbursement
Correct.
as well?
It's tiered,
No.
it's even across the
It's
3
even
years.
across the board, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, all right.
We'll have
Um,
to tier it that
and-
way.
And one of the things that we've always done,
Yeah, we'll list it as a grant, as a federal
Okay.
revenue source, yeah. It'll be built into our revenues.
I have to say, I'm like Mr. Davis, I think, seems like a pretty good deal for us. We know we need to expand our sheriff's department, and they're doing a wonderful job. There's no reason not to do it, so.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it's not like the SAFER grant where it is tiered 75-35. This is even.
Even across the board.
years. Correct.
All right, entertain a motion. When would it go in effect?
As soon as the
Electronics.
electronic is signed.
Okay,
And it's with the understanding that we can't use this to pay for current deputies.
right.
This is for the addition of 4 new deputies. It's not like the CARES
New or
money.
rehire.
Right, new budgeted positions for all intent and purposes.
Right.
Correct.
All right, entertain a motion to approve the Department of Justice Community Oriented Policing Services COPS grant.
Yes, sir, I like to make that motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor, and just want to add that it will cost the county over a 3-year period, $276,136 at current compensation based over a 3-year period, divided into 3 years, I should say.
Second that
You second that?
and give the authority to sign electronically.
All right, any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thanks again, Tracy, for doing a great job.
Yeah, Tracy, congratulations on that. I know that's a very competitive grant. There's a lot of different agencies out there trying to get that money, so, well, once again,
They don't have the
Scored
talent we
pretty
do.
good on
they
though.
don't, obviously.
We did to get it and to get what we asked for, yes.
Because I think there were 2 others, like 125 or something, what paper?
This particular grant, we had applied for it for 2 years prior to me being here, and it had been denied. And I met with the new sheriff in January, told him where he needed to make adjustments to make us more competitive, and did those things.
And if you remember the conversation with the sheriff way back when, we were hopeful that we would
Get
get
the grant.
2.
Right.
We figured if we got 2, then we'd be doing well.
Got 4.
Got 4.
But Tracy just doubled your,
She did.
huh?
But you know, Mr. President, not only putting 4 additional police officers on the streets to be able to serve the public, but having 4 additional people to help secure the safety of the officers working is critically important.
Right.
So, great job.
Well, the other thing too, Mr. Gokenhour, I was thinking about was, we've always had, the recovery services, and it's been difficult for the sheriff department to focus on the enforcement side and the, kind of like the educational side from the police department to establish those relationships with the younger people. So, and the sheriff, Nathan Harmon, understands that need. So, I think that will help us tremendously in that. We now know that And if more people are dying of overdoses in this country than what they are car accidents.
And I agree 100%. I think it falls into the plan that we've been working on for the past several years, you know, of absorbing some responsibilities and allowing the sheriff to keep those deputies to do what they're intended to do, where, you know, we took over the court security and the
Community service.
community service, right?
Mhm.
Yep, and be able to do that and let them use them officers to do the policing and
Working out well all the way around.
yeah, and now we're adding to it, so it's no, it's a good thing to continue.
And we do have a new level of cooperation between court security and sheriff's department. Within the past 2 months, Mike has been working with the sheriff, and we're actually
Serving papers, right?
serving papers, but also prisoner transports, not only mental hygiene transports, but just like right here, if they have to go to Baltimore to pick up an inmate to bring them back here, rather than 2 deputies going down, we're sending a deputy and a deputy court marshal.
That's great.
So it does 2 things. It keeps the overtime budget for the sheriff down. And it keeps more deputies on the road here within the geographical boundaries of the county. So
I don't
it's-
recall the county ever working this closely together.
It's absolutely
Yeah.
amazing the level of cooperation that you have going on right now. in
Right.
the county.
Yeah. Thank you, Tracy. We can't thank you enough. All right. Will, you ready? Next on our agenda is Will Lawrenson, fiduciary supervisor, state accounts for the month of December, 58 accounts. Is that correct?
57 now.
57. You cheated somebody.
Right. Council, good morning. Get right into it. The estates of Patricia Ann Allen, William Jonas Barrett, Ronald Raymond Beach, Barbara Beard, Juanita Faye Bishop, John Charles Campbell, Jeannie Eugenia Chisholm, Betty Lee Locke Crawford, William Edward DeMoss, Francis Sevilla Doherty, Hazel Ray Doig, Dean Marcus Domenico, Shelby Jean Payne Forback, June E. Gano, Julia A. Gatrell, Richard Joseph Good, Helen Cusack Grinder, Charles Thomas Haas, John Oliver Harrison, Sally Heffley, Jeffrey B. Hyman, Irene J. Jack, Mary Lee Jarvis, Robert Russell Coldell, Herman Joseph Lamberger, Sonja Diane Lemaster, Irene Peggy Lentz, Howard Edward Longley, Margaret Ethel Mason, Isabel Masters, Kevin McCune, Robin Lucinda McCune, Doris Elaine Miller, Marvin Philip Moore, Annette Marie Morgan, James Donald Myers, Janet A. Nesmith, Victor Pavlenko, Avelino Edwin Perry, Robert R. Ridenour, Edward Guy Robertson, Rose Mary Robinson, Deborah Roenig, Dennis Samuel Severs, John Graham Sims, Billy Dale Smith, Gary Wayne Snyder, Charles E. Swaim, Andrew Zachariah Sweat, Marguerite Therese Terrell, Sarah C. Unger, Robert J. Vogel, Vivian J. Whitaker, Margaret T. Williams, Tiffany N. Williams, Bernice Windholz, Dolores Christine Wayand, and that is it.
Thank you, Will. Entertain a motion on the 57 estate accounts for the month of December. Have a motion on the floor to have a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
No estate hearings to schedule, is that right, Will?
None to schedule, Council, no.
Okay, and do you have everybody here for the state of Norman Groover Stokes?
I do, Council. So, based off of an agreement I have with the current personal rep, she has actually signed the proposed order and basically waived her right to be here this morning. The other parties have had adequate notice and are not here this morning. However, given that the most interested party has already signed basically the order I'm proposing here today,
Okay.
I pretty much figured it would be okay to move forward.
So you just need us to take action on the order?
Yes, Council. This is an order, for the removal of Faye M. Stokes. And just a little bit of background. Ms. Stokes reported on both the qualification documents and on the state-issued death record that she was the legal spouse of Norman Groover Stokes II. It was brought to my office's attention through a divorce order that was not the case. It appears that Ms. Stokes just misunderstood the requirement for a legal marriage determination. She's been very cooperative with our office. As I said, signed the order that we are proposing here today. And Norman G. Stokes III has also been in contact with my office. He has been bonded and is prepared to qualify for the estate and kind of take over. The only assets there are is a bank account, and those accounts have been accounted for through an interim settlement.
All right. Entertaining a motion to,
It would just be to approve the order.
right, to
Council.
approve the order.
So moved.
All right, motion been made, second, any discussion?
This not only removes Faye Marie Stokes, but puts Norman Stokes III.
It does not, Council. So what I've essentially said in the order is to allow for a 60 calendar day period to allow for Mr. Stokes or any legally interested party to qualify for this estate. If there's kind of a disagreement as to who that interested party should be, we'll be back here for an estate hearing about that. But suffice it to say, Mr. Stokes III has contacted my office. He's all bonded up. He's ready to go. He just needs to qualify and do all the proper paperwork.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. What about your estate hearing for Deborah McGraw?
Council, I don't see those parties here.
Okay.
I did tell them around 10:45.
Yep.
Which was the other one.
I was
So-
just trying to keep moving while you're here.
I understand, sir. From my understanding, both parties, both interested parties, both petitioner, his attorney, and the personal rep intend on appearing in person.
Okay, all right,
Mr. President, we can do my two things.
I am, yeah. All right, thank you, Will.
Thank you, Nancy.
All right, and so let's skip on down to Alan Davis, County Administrator for Family Court MOU.
Yes, sir. If the council will recall, 2 weeks ago, we discussed the request from the Supreme Court of Appeals of the State of West Virginia for renewal of the MOU. It's a 5-year MOU that's currently in place. The new agreement would be for fiscal years 21 through 26. At that time, and they're proposing, the family court currently occupies 8,192 square feet of the judicial center. They're proposing renewal at $10 per square foot. At that time, you asked that it be tabled and that we do a little research, and Jeff has been on that, and I'll turn it over to him as to what's required, what the code says, and what some of the prevailing market rate leases for a commercial space is. So,
Good morning,
ahead,
Jeff.
Hi, morning. Essentially, this situation is one where it's not exactly a normal bargaining situation where both parties have equal leverage because the code says we have to provide a certain space, and if the Supreme Court gets to set the standards for those spaces, they get to review and look at it first and say whether it's good enough or not. But the previous lease or the MOU and the current one that they proposed both set out the payment that they would make in terms of rent, which the code just says a reasonable rent is what they're required to pay. They set it at $10 per square foot, and it doesn't include any kind of overhead. It doesn't include we have to provide maintenance and all those things at no additional cost according to the MOU. I don't think there's anything in the code that requires us to agree to the MOU. We do have to provide a certain amount of space. The amount of space that is required to be provided is considerably less than what we do now provide, and that's, I guess, one thing that we could use as a negotiating position. That we're providing much more.
We're providing 2.5 times what's required by code.
Yeah, something like 8,200 square feet versus 3,200.
Seems like they've set their criteria up for the counties that aren't the size that we are, and actually not in the economy that we're in.
Yeah, I agree. I think, well, and again, I think it's partly because they're from a superior negotiating position where they know counties have to provide a space. And the code is very vague on what they have to pay for. I've been able to learn that they have a range across the state that different counties have different rent rates per square foot, but that ranges from $6 to $12 per square foot.
Is that including Mon County?
I'm told that that's as high as they will go is 12. I mean, I can't confirm that because we didn't do a FOIA request or anything to see their other MOUs, which we could do if we wanted us to.
That sounds like a square foot figure from back in the 90s.
Right.
It may well be.
Our square foot right now is what, 22?
20 to 22
dollars a square foot for some, and that's not the space that we're offering to them.
No.
That would be even higher.
Well, the development authority,
Right.
on average, is getting $22.98 a square foot.
Right.
300, 400 Foxtrot that.
That's like Class A space too.
No, I know, but it just kind of as a benchmark.
Yeah, but look at the judicial space would be worth more than
Oh,
that.
no, I think I'm
Because of the security
I'm not
check.
debating that at
Right.
all. I'm just saying what the development authority space is. And I think, if you remember from the conversation we had not too long ago with some of the governor's staff, they indicated that there was other counties that do get other funding for the court system.
Right.
Well, and what I could point out is that the proposed MOU versus the requirements that the Supreme Court also sends as an attachment on there. It doesn't say in their requirements that things like supplies and cleaning and services like that can't be charged a different rate. I mean, the MOU says they're included, but it doesn't say that we only accept the space, or the Supreme Court would only accept the space where everything's included under a rent.
All right, so my recommendation is to send a request for an escalated increase in per square foot at the 8,000 some square feet that we do at $23 a square foot. See what happens. And because I've been told by several people that we can ask for more money, and it's not uncommon for that to happen. And if this could be another legislative summit issue to talk about, because I mean our payments on that building are huge.
And
It's
I mean, you consider security, the cleaning staff, the supplies, the electricity utilities, all that stuff that goes into it without any, I mean, basically looking at
So we can
amount.
either just say $23 a square foot and this is what it includes, or you break it down to a square footage price and build them out for all the
Right.
amenities that we give them. One way or the other,
Yes,
They
sir.
need 8,192 square feet.
I'm sure they do.
I think they do. Family court, if you've ever been in the parking lot when family court's in session, number one, you don't want to be in the parking lot when family court's in session. Because it's, seeing the court marshals taking kids away from their parents is not something that you ever want to see. And unfortunately, I've seen that. But they're busy. Our family court system is busy.
And,
We're
and
not
they
trying
have
to
lots of,
penalize
No,
anybody.
I know that.
But
But
we-
I'm saying, I think they need the square footage that they.
And Jeff, I think one of the things is that we got to say that we're getting ready to, we're gonna have to spend probably 12 to 15 million dollars on the expansion of our judicial center, and we can't turn back around and do it at $10 a square foot.
Exactly.
Our cost is over 300, probably over $400 a square foot.
Do we have we done the breakdown on what that space actually costs us?
No.
I mean, I'm sure that's a pretty intense,
Well, we could take,
undertaking.
we could take our bond payment, and divide by the amount of square feet.
Insurance and
Footage
our electric and,
insurance and utilities, we could do that.
Well,
I don't know.
and I would think if we're going to do it, and I agree that we should present what would be fair to the county to receive. I think absolutely we should, but I think it would help the argument to
I agree.
to have a breakdown and present that as well.
I
That
agree.
what we are providing and what it's cost.
janitorial service, O&M,
Yeah.
boiler, AC. I mean, how much we getting ready, security, how much we getting ready to spend, we're gonna be forced to spend on upgrading HVAC?
Could be
It's
upwards-
hundreds of,
Could be worth upwards of $5 million, $5 to $7 million.
right.
And I think that analysis is important, not just for a square foot value of this particular space, but as good business in general.
Right,
I think
absolutely.
it's a good number to be able to have.
You
I mean,
would
we-
think the Supreme Court would take into consideration that they're only paying rent on family court. That doesn't include circuit court. And, when you get into the level of the circuit court judges, then that takes, we provide furnishings. We're required by code to go beyond just the provision of the building. We provide furnishings and things like that
Well,
too. So-
I mean, the-
I've had a conversation with one of the delegates, and he plans to be really aggressive on addressing this issue in the upcoming legislature.
Well, I mean, it's just, for them to have the space that they used to, 20-some years ago, in the old John Street building versus this building, it's a night and day difference.
Well, and compared to other counties, some of them, or I would say ours is as good or better than any other
Absolutely.
county space. And some of them are not anywhere near quality, and they're still getting at least $6 a square foot. We're getting 10.
And then the mattresses are 75,000? We get another check from them, or is that just for
No,
family?
this is it.
This is it.
This is all we
We don't
get.
get paid for any of those
No,
mattresses too?
this is it.
Okay.
Now, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, the code does not require that we have an MOU in place.
That's,
And
yes, it doesn't
necessarily
say,
have to be a 5-year MOU.
we have to provide the space, they have to pay a reasonable rent. That's all it really provides. And according to the standards that the Supreme Court set. But it doesn't say there has to be an MOU. It doesn't say it has to be 5 years and lock in the rate, which was one thing that stood out to me is, even if you could get whatever they could get at this point, in 4 years from now, that may not be a realistic number. It may be too low and you're locked into it for 5 years, where there's nothing in the code that requires that kind of.
I can give you a comparison. I have many storage complex that I rent out. In a 10 by 10 storage unit, I get $7.80 a year. $7.80 a year for a 10 by 10 with a door.
Right.
No light, no electric.
Uh-huh.
10 by 10.
Actually includes the doors, that actually.
We actually do provide a lock, so they can lock. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand.
I mean, That's right in the range of what we're talking about. Renting an office that holds family court. That's ridiculous.
That's less per square foot than at the regional jail. When you break it down,
Yeah.
you know?
And one other amenity that I think is key, especially for family court judges, I don't know of any other courthouses that is the secured parking. Alan was talking about not wanting to be around it, but you don't want to be the guy that just decided some custody issue and then meeting that guy out on the street for the parking lot. You have here.
Right.
If
If if my math is correct, that space today would be about $3.3 million to build out, and that's a $400 a square foot, which judicial center might go more than that, because our buildings right now that we're having built, the fire halls and stuff, are $300-something a square foot. That would be a payment at zero interest of $110,666 a year. A year, you know, and that's no interest, no security, no electric, no O&M, nothing, just on that space.
Well, you know, I mean, it makes sense why the state has more money now than they've ever had.
Yeah, so, you know, I say we owe it to our taxpayers. And I'll get you a contact information on, so you can check on Mon County. All right. All right. So we'll get jointly work on something to prove our point.
yes.
Yeah, I'll work with Jeff. We'll put together some numbers.
Penny do this for you?
Pardon me, sir?
Penny do this for
Yeah,
you?
actually, I asked Penny to throw that together for me yesterday.
If you print a little smaller,
See, that's really nice. The second matter, just again for your reference, is has to do with the 250th anniversary. And this is a matter that came up last week that Council President Copenhaver and Councilperson Delia asked that I put it on the agenda. If you'll remember, back on September 9th of 2021, Nick Deal and Matthew came before the council to get your endorsement of the July 4th or Independence Day fireworks to be held at the airport as part of our 250th commemoration project. At that time, the agreement was that we would provide we would cover half the cost of the fireworks, with the hope that the city would cover the other half. And it's my understanding that the committee, or that the city has committed $10,000 towards the fireworks. And we have received an invoice for $10,000, which will be on next week's purchase order. As part of that discussion, Vice President Whitaker made the motion to commit up to $30,000 for the celebration of the 250th anniversary, to include the fireworks at the airport. We have had some informal discussion regarding the cost of the 250th anniversary event. And we knew that it was going to exceed the $30,000 number, but like everything else that we do, I had asked Matthew to put together a preliminary budget for us, and as he refines this, hopefully in the next week or so, I'll put him on the agenda to come in and formally present it to you, so that you have an understanding of the events that are scheduled and what the costs are. Matthew did provide me with some very, very rough figures early in the week, and I've put it on a spreadsheet. As you can see, the committee is projecting now, again, it's early on in the process, that the total cost will be slightly less than $82,000, which includes the fireworks next year. My intent, unless the council tells me otherwise, is to take Department 960, which is fairs and festivals. And typically we would, that's the account that we disperse funding for Apple Harvest Festival, which we did not provide any funding for, so there's no monies in there at all. Based on the direction of the council, so that we can track the cost of the festival based on the amount that you continue to fund. Our intent is to move the $30,000 that you've already approved over into 960. Then when Matthew comes in the next week or so and presents the proposed budget, again, this is an early budget, which like anything else, we'll refine and revise as we go along, move that additional money over to 960. And then you can see that some of the line items is advertising, promotion, purchase of supplies and materials, plastic ducks, porta-johns, the commemorative coins and pins, equipment rental, trophies, awards, and prizes. Then we would track that within the budget, so that when at the end of the celebration, we will have established a cost center, and you'll be able to account for every penny that you spend. And there will be some hopefully some revenue sources that come in, not only the county's contributions, but in the city's contributions, but as you know, several weeks ago you got presented, we received funding from the governor and the legislative arm in the amount of $1,925, which funds the Berkeley, West Virginia 250 history exhibit. The Capon Institute is committed paying $15,000 towards the 250 tree planting portion of the
I could just interject there a little
Okay.
bit. That's a placeholder number. I would not
Okay.
say that number out loud.
Okay.
Redact that.
T-shirt sales, sponsorships, registration fees, so on and so forth. So that was my intent, unless the council feels otherwise.
Okay, so right now we're talking about how much are we asking to be put in 960?
You've authorized $30,000
right.
for now.
Right.
We put in 960. In several weeks, once Matthew comes in and makes the formal presentation to you, at that point I'll ask you to fund up to an additional $60,000, knowing that's probably more than this tentative budget's indicating because of some of the miscellaneous revenue sources.
All right, and then the bill paying process would go, so anything that
It's going
the
to show up
director
on your
of-
purchase order.
the airport authority would be processed go to you?
Correct.
So
Actually,
Matt,
go through Matthew, then Matthew will bring it in.
right, that's what I was thinking.
Food
So all the billing goes to
vendors.
Matt, which comes back on our purchase order
Correct.
with basically a,
As you go through your purchase order, I'll say there's you'll find an invoice in there from the airport for $5,000 or $7,000, which is the commitment to reserving the vans.
So Matt's going to be responsible for managing this budget, is what you're saying?
Correct.
all right, so, and you just said something I was going to touch on. What about deposits?
They would come to us. We'd have the
Be
documentation.
invoiced.
Correct. It's just like the deposit for the fireworks.
So basically, Matt, since you're new to this part of it, once you receive an invoice, the person, I'm going to say person, I was going to say something else, would get paid within, vendor, yes,
Right.
would get paid within 2 weeks, basically.
Yep.
Is that acceptable?
Well, I'm learning on the fly with many things as all of you.
Are you
know.
trying to keep up with us now?
I'm trying to keep up with you all.
Okay.
I'm a little bit hesitant because I will readily admit that numbers are my weakness. But one thing I do not tolerate is wasteful, inefficient, fraudulent activity of any kind,
Not to
and
put any
would
pressure-
not tolerate any misaccounting or undesired
I've
expenditure.
seen your work before, Matt. I understand that.
They can send you invoices to me. I just don't want to get an invoice from the airport and an invoice from the library and an invoice
Right.
from the historical
So-
society. This way I could go to Matt and say, hey, we just got this invoice for $5,000 for, whatever it might be. Or is it part of your budget? If so, initial it and we'll put it on the purchase order log. We'll track it.
So all invoices will be made out to Berkeley County Council.
Correct.
It doesn't matter whether Nick gets them or Matt gets them. Matt's going to be the one overseeing the account, and you will be the one to sign off on them, put them on the purchase order. If we get something that requires a deposit, which fireworks would be one of those things, I'm sure,
We've already done that.
right? What about the only other thing? What about sponsorships? How does that work?
The 250th committee will work on sponsorships. We're going to set up a special revenue account so that any sponsorships that come in will go into that special revenue account, so that at the end of the process, once we have the full county, I think there's some thoughts that we could give out some payments to agencies that have participated.
Yeah, there's two. One of the goals. I will just back up for just 1 second. One of the goals of the commemoration has been to write a check to for capital improvements, parks and recreation. Basically, a quality of life donation to capital improvements in the city and the county. Obviously, parkland acquisition in the county and trail development in the city. That was generally the idea of just some thoughts that were aired in the discussion.
Start over again. I didn't follow you. Make a donation to Parks and Rec for
Capital
Where's that
improvement.
money
Capital
coming-
improvement.
Where's that money coming from?
Any excess funding.
Any excess funding,
I got you.
sponsorships over and above the cost of the.
Well, if
of
we're
the-
going to do that, why don't we say that it goes to Parks and Rec to put the playground in at the airport that they've been talking about for the last couple of years?
The liberty would be, to give them liberty to do it, to spend the money on capital improvements. If, however, I didn't want to. The committee didn't want us to narrow it down to a specific project, but
I believe you're talking about the educational
Yes.
Yes.
ground, not
Yeah.
a playground.
and Nick and I did talk about
Well,
that
it's,
particular
it's an
project.
educational / playground,
Right.
right? I can see you out there flying the plane on that, and I'll call that a playground.
Well, it's educational. I may need some lessons. I haven't been up in a good while. But,
We did talk
but I
about
think
that
under
project.
the FAA, it's got to be a
Education.
education.
Okay.
And we did talk about that project being a possible beneficiary.
Right. It's a
Yes.
big price tag.
Yeah, it is. But the goal was obviously was philanthropy in a way of trying to raise. I shouldn't say raise. Engage the business community to join in sponsorship of the commemoration, and through that raise funds above and beyond what any of this costs are. And I just wanted to touch on the
And if you'll remember, the council set up special revenue accounts for quality of life, which is separate from the general fund. We also set up a special revenue account for contributions that are made to recovery resources that they report, which again is separate from the fund that they used for celebrations, events, and things like that. We would do the same thing with the 250th anniversary committee. We'll set up a special revenue account so all these funds can be deposited in there.
Since we're saying that the money will go towards the quality of life, why don't we just dedicate $1 a day for every day that Berkeley County's been in existence for 250 years? Less than a cup of coffee. I've already done that. We can do $1.50 if you want.
Decision.
If I could just interject just a little bit here and say that a lot of the events are there's some aim to get a little buy-in from the community. So there's a registration or a fee. Basically, people want to participate.
Right,
they
right.
pay. Like the duck derby, whenever we get your duck in the creek with the mayor's duck, you know, there's a little fee there to see, you know, obviously whoever the winner is, you know, you guys can brag
Yeah,
each
You
other
can battle it out running down the creek.
But
Right.
but
Can you buy a handicap?
right. But there's there is some clearly defined revenue sources to come back and offset these costs.
Sure. Sure. And I like the idea, if there's any money left over, it goes into the quality of life of.
Yes, and we really look at this commemoration celebration as a quality of life celebration.
Right.
And it really is, because the color run, the duck derby, they're all looking at the creek and the parks, and the fireworks at the airport is another issue as well with quality of life there.
I just thought of something, and I don't know if we can discuss it here, but it sounds like you and the mayor have a challenge going on.
Well, he doesn't know yet.
Well, he
but
doesn't know yet?
He's finding out right now.
Well, that's the thing. So I'll create another challenge with any of the other city council members to a duck race too.
Yeah, I haven't heard about this yet. So
I'm just throwing it out there, Matt.
The mayor's already on board, by the
Yeah.
way.
Okay.
hey, I think we can role play this a little bit.
If you remember many years ago, the governor of Maryland dedicating a new aquatic center, put on a one of the old-time one-piece bathing suits that was striped.
I don't think you want me
And
to.
put a straw hat on. Now, this would go back to the 250th, right? And actually wore a duck inner tube to jump into
The
pool.
Tuscarora is too shallow
So
for me to
maybe
float
that
down.
would be a challenge to get them in a, you know, if whoever raises the least amount has to dress up in a duck costume.
Got it.
Try to get that.
Write it down.
Doesn't matter to me, buddy. I'm in. See if
I'll have to
the
check with
mayor's
the mayor
in.
about that
See
one.
when I got started?
Well,
I mean, in all seriousness, no, I will readily admit, because I think it's in my interest to admit, you know, I'm a little insecure about numbers, but I'm willing to under his guidance, his expertise over here to help me with
It's
this.
different. When we provide funding to the library or to the Apple Harvest Festival or to the Apollo, they all have their own federal ID numbers and or they're a 501c3 corporation. Our 250th commemoration committee, it doesn't have any of those things, so it's hard for them to stroke a check
right.
for invoices and expenses. So this way we can set up a special revenue account, we'll set up a special fund, we'll set up a special department 906. We'll track all of the money. If the council decides that you want to put in $91,250,
You've done the math already.
which is $1 a day for 250 years, we'll put that in the special revenue account. We'll deposit any sponsorships, sales of t-shirts, sales of ducks, we'll put all that into the account. We'll pay all the expenses out of the account, and at the end, once we declare the anniversary celebration a success, then the council can decide how you want to disperse the surplus.
Well, I think their numbers are very conservative.
Oh, I do
mean,
too.
I don't think we're going to get bands to play all day, or even how long event you want it to be for $5,000. You know, it's going to be tough.
Not gonna happen.
No, so
And as I said, I truly think that's a starting number, and that's why I mentioned earlier on that Matt will come in and give periodic updates, and if he may come in and say, you know, we need an infusion of, you know, another $20,000, and this is why we need it.
I do have to offer one thing that just to clarify for background. We pursued a relationship with, you know, Nick Beal at the foundation, MRB Foundation, and that the reason why it kind of went in that direction of partnering with a nonprofit was because they had an EIN number. That's that tax number, and that EIN number is needed to basically set up a registration system platform for online registration for these events. So, you know, as long as we can still do that under some kind of scenario here, with this. I'm not sure, but that was one of the issues where, Eventbrite. Have you heard of Eventbrite? It's an online system where people can register online for events, tickets, sales, whatever. The shirts, distribution, registration comes with, buying a shirt for whatever event here listed. So we needed to have that platform in order to make that an efficient process.
Now, the flip side is,
and
based on what Matt and I talked about, the foundation is a 501c3.
Right.
The council could decide, again, this is as an alternative, is let's say you're gonna donate a total of $91,250 for now.
Mhm.
You could make the motion to pay the foundation
Right.
$91,250, and then
Just give us a master invoice.
just like we do then with some of the others, give us a breakdown of your expenses.
Just
We
keep
would,
track
we
of
would, we would
everything.
upfront fund them.
Yeah, well, I mean, we would put to the, and I forget what the name of the foundation is, but it would show
MRB.
up on your purchase order log. Again, I'll just use the $91,250 payment of $91,250 from contingency to the foundation. And then we wouldn't have to track any of that. The foundation would track
Yeah,
it
they-
and come
they
back
would-
and give you an account.
Right.
And I would demand that they file a report
Well,
with
yeah,
us,
they
with the
have-
steering committee, and then we
That
would
would make it
always,
easier for us.
we review
because
it.
then we would have
That's
one
what I'm
that's set
thinking.
for
It
us.
makes them feel more comfortable. They can stroke a check faster than we can.
And that way, if Procter and Gamble or, and I'll use that as an example, if they want to contribute $20,000 to the celebration, they truly are giving it to a 501c3 corporation for purposes of taxes. And it would
And are
not
they
be
on
paid
board
to
of
us.
any additional money left over for quality of life stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. I have spoken with the MRB Foundation, Nick's point person for them, and he very much is committed to that.
I'm
So you
okay
want to
with-
just go ahead and do that then?
I'm okay with that.
That would allow for the tax donations for sure. for
Sure.
corporations.
I think it makes it a whole lot cleaner.
I think it
to be
makes it
able to do
simpler,
that,
yeah.
And easier to operate, and you still have the oversight.
Absolutely.
So what we're talking about here, so we can get to the shortcut of this, is to donate $1 a day for the 250 years we've been a county, which is $91,250, which is an additional $61,250 of what we've already done, and stroke a check to the foundation, and they would give us accounting for everything, all the money spent, and raised, and then any additional money left over would be money that would go towards a quality of life project.
They would come back to the council, give you an account, and then you would by mutual agreement, decide where the surplus goes to.
And everybody that we're dealing with here is very, very business minded and understand, the accountability.
And given the city's participation, we would want to obviously try to keep them in mind as well with quality of
I
life.
think it's a very good way to do it. And Mayor Knowles may be the mayor for his full term, but don't forget at the beginning of the year that this council elects the new president. So I'm willing to do anything because it might be somebody else.
I'm writing that down too.
All right, so what I spoke about, anybody want to make that a motion or not?
Being part of the MRB Foundation, would I have to recuse myself?
Are you
Anthony?
profiting from it?
No, not at all.
Then why would you have to?
Well,
You
just
don't
because,
profit.
okay, then I'll make the
It's a
motion
stupid Robert rules, yeah.
to have $1 a day for the last
250 years, which
I'll
is
second
additional,
the motion.
Huh?
Yeah, I said
which is
I'll second.
additional $61,250 to go.
But I
to
did
the
like the
foundation.
$2 or $1.50 amount too, but I'll go with the $1 right now.
Yeah, well, we all said it was gonna cost us at least, we want Matt to be successful.
That way he won't lay awake at night worrying about how he's gonna account for all
Yeah, I know.
No. I intend to very closely watch the numbers.
I understand he was losing some sleep over this.
I've learned quite a bit about
Matthew
that.
knows how I feel about
From-
spending the taxpayers' dollars.
Absolutely, and we're looking for savings every day.
Well, I think I'm hoping that this is going to be a celebration that people's going
Continue
to
on.
talk about in 100 years from now.
Well, and really, these events are listed here, but there's a few events that we hope that are still going 100 years. I mean,
Well-
the color run, the duck derby. We want to inspire these events to continue for years
Right.
to come, and so people will always look back. Well, when did that begin? It began on the 250th birthday.
And
of
plus,
the
we're
county.
trying to promote the airport. What better way to do it? You
Right.
know?
And their centennial is in 2023, so
Right.
this is a
This is
really
the
good.
kickoff.
It's a real kickoff for them.
There was a good bit of chatter on Facebook not too long ago about the fireworks display that was going on.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask
Right.
how that went.
It went okay. We're gonna have to cut down the timing or the amount of fireworks because of how high we want the shots to go up. So we're gonna lose a little bit of time on the display length unless we want
Oh,
to contribute
Only because it takes more
more
money to get that
them higher for
additional
more
boost.
people to see it.
I observed. I was an observer.
How long?
I was
How
an
long
observer.
will it take? I mean, how long is the fireworks set
I
up?
think we have it set up right now for what the funding is. It on about 15 to 18 minutes. Is it?
Yes.
And
But they're
then we
actually-
could go
but
to
they're- But he's working on getting additional funding to increase that.
Right.
right, and that's what I kind of alluded to also. So
But I did see the fireworks from the Holiday Inn in Martinsburg very
Okay.
clearly. Yes, I was out there observing and
I was actually
reporting
having
in.
dinner at the airport. And so,
I didn't see any in Back Creek Valley side.
well, we'll work on that one if you want.
All right. All right, so we have a motion on the floor.
The special.
And we have a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. When, I guess the only thing is, when will that money be transferred?
Well, if, I'm gonna ask Matt to get with Nick and have him send me an invoice.
Right.
And she'll do it. I imagine I'll have it tomorrow.
So you'll get an invoice for $81,250.
Well, actually, I want to have, because we have not processed that $10,000 one.
For the full
So
amount.
have the foundation send me an invoice for $91,250. That'll be on your purchase order next week.
Okay.
I'll see Matt or I'll see Nick later on today.
Okay.
On behalf of the steering committee, thank you very much. I appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir,
We're aiming to really have a nice celebration. We really are.
Okay.
We're excited about it.
Thanks for your dedication
Thank you. Thank you.
and all your committee too. Okay. All right. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back.
I probably should have said this in public. The Whitaker that passed away, Vivian.
All right, we're back in session. Next on our agenda is Will Lawrence, the fiduciary supervisor, state hearing for Deborah McGraw.
Yes, council, it has been just brought to my attention by the current administrator of the estate, Mr. Justin McGraw, that in the interests of time and time saving, that he will voluntarily withdraw. I'll call him now. Again, just because I know that there's a time sensitivity for his presence today. So with that, I'll call Mr. Justin McGraw.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
It is Justin Andrew McGraw.
Okay. And you are volunteering your resignation?
Yes, sir. Over to my brother Aaron McGraw.
Okay. All right. That's all we need to hear right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And yes, sir, I will form a document for the council's signature later on today, formalizing those proceedings. But if the council would like to formalize
The motion.
with a motion, yes.
All right. Entertain a motion for the acceptance of the withdrawal. And I didn't catch the name.
It's Justin Andrew McGraw, sir.
And appoint his brother.
His brother Aaron McGraw.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's on the floor. Second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And you'll give me the authority to sign on behalf of the council, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor? Right, no one opposes, so the motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next on our agenda is Mark Chavone, Chairman of the Farmland Protection Board. Request to close on a conservation easement. At this time, I will recuse myself on this easement only because one of the family members works for me. So I'll hand it over to Vice President Whitaker.
Good to see you, Dr. Chavone.
How are you all?
Very good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
All righty.
For you all to get permission to close a conservation easement on property that's about 285 acres in the Jones Springs area of Bear Creek. This project was chosen by the Natural Resource Conservation Service, USDA, as part of one of their applications. So they're going to match the easement appraised purchase price of $915,000 with $457,500 funded, and we would match that same amount using our local funds.
And what's the property used for?
Great question. It's primarily in hay production, so I'm going to estimate that there's about 50 acres in woodland, and it's mature woods. It had been in beef production, and it looks like it could be ramped up to beef at any minute. There's ample water on the property. It has one area where there's current agricultural infrastructure, and working with the feds, we've defined 3 other areas where additional agricultural buildings can be built in the future.
Where is it again?
It's on files, no, one of those odd multiple road names that always. Crossroads School Road?
Yeah, okay.
Yep, up out of Jones Springs. So I normally go there by going past the corner of the general store and up a bit of the mountain, and then you just run south. And it runs for a good, I'm going to estimate half a mile of public road frontage, and that's one of the reasons I think the feds picked it up too. There'll be a forever public benefit to be able to fly down that stretch of road and see all of this open space and then get that great view.
Does it flow back there?
No, it does not, but it is the headwaters of one branch of Palolos Creek. So there's also some springs on the property.
So Mark, how many of these 50/50s have you done with the feds in the last couple of years?
We just closed 2 other ones, so this will be the 3rd
Right.
in the past probably 3 years.
Right.
Yeah, Olean Acres being one and Barbara Byers being
Right.
the other one. We just submitted a couple more.
Right, but have most of them been without that 50/50 match?
Yes, and the situation there, and we have complained to the state conservationist on multiple occasions about this, and we being the majority of the Association of Farmland Protection Boards, which I'm currently the chairman. At the federal level, at their Morgantown office, they have been moving toward a scheme that rates properties that highly emphasizes very large tracts. And Berkeley County just can't. In fact, our average farm size was 108 acres back during the 2012 Census of Agriculture. And it went down to, I think, 85 acres in the 2017 Census of Agriculture. We can't compete with the Greenbrier, the Grant, the Hampshire counties. I've done as a private contractor work in Hampshire County on 600, 850 acre farms. Their farms get chosen. And it seems unfair to us. Frankly, Jefferson and Berkeley County are the two counties that take the biggest hit. In Jefferson County, they can at least find other matching funds through the American Battlefield Protection Program, because they have 5 scheduled battlefields over there. We have 2 in this county, and they're very small. And the one in Spring Mills is basically fairly heavily developed right now. So we look for other matching funds. We were just awarded a 3rd round of funding through the Back Creek Watershed 319 project. So that's taking US EPA block grant funds. They go through the Department of Environmental Protection. We've protected 5 easements we've closed so far on that program, and I was just told that we've been awarded 3rd round, so I'm looking forward to doing that. But it's part of my job is to look for other monies, but generally it's the NRCS. So we just submitted 2 properties. I think they're both going to be very, very competitive because they're large acreages. One has a significant frontage on Yopekin. And this year is a little unusual in that we have 3 separate federal funding streams. The classic, the Agricultural Conservation Easement Program, or ACEP, and that's what this proposed project will be funded under. But we were part of a team that wrote a couple of rounds of grants under the Regional Conservation Partnership Program. RCPP was awarded 3 years worth of funding, so the 3rd round, I've taken our 2 applications to Morgantown and applied basically for 3 separate funding streams. The 4th round of RCPP focuses on soil health, and in all 3 of these, I think that our properties are going to be competitive. So my hope is that in a year and a half before I retire, I'll be coming back before the council, asking permission to close on those ones. That's kind of putting the horse before the...
Right. And I don't mean to reiterate all what you just said. I remember, and I missed a few meetings, but I remember the last meeting I was at, we had this discussion of what was going on with the funding, and I just wanted you to say it again here so that everybody was aware of it.
I think it's important for policymakers to hear this.
Right.
That the state conservationist impanels a committee that's part of the state technical committee that advises them on how they're going to rank the properties each year. I understand the reasons why farmland protection boards can't sit on that committee, but we can't even advise or provide input to it. And typically, it's folks either from West Virginia University or from Potomac State. There's nobody from a conservation district. There are no real farmers that sit on these committees. I'm on the soil science committee. That's as close as I can get. And so we feel really frustrated because we can't get input in. And we, being the farmland protection boards, especially the executive directors, we're the folks with boots on the ground. We have a sense of what the demand is. This year we have 19 applications. It totals $9.5 million in requests, and we can't come close to matching that. And there sits the money up in Morgantown, and we're lucky every once in a while. This is a large tract.
Right.
So that's why it was picked.
You could understand why they want a large tract, but farmland protection is just that, farmland protection. And for the more rural counties, you wouldn't think there would be a sense of urgency as it would be for the higher growth counties. You would think their mindset would be, well, there's Berkeley County, the fastest growing county in the state, and there's developers out there trying to gobble up, commercial and residential developers out there trying to gobble up as much dirt as possible. We need to step in and help them with farmland preservation. So their mindset is kind of the opposite of what I think it should be.
Well, and there's also an argument that you, in smaller tracts of land, you're gonna have more ground that's actually tillable and farmable in smaller tracts of land as well, so.
And agriculture is changing, and we're seeing that there's families that are making viable farming operations, food to table, for instance, on 40 acres. And so for the USDA to only focus on these multiple 100-acre tracts seems to me to be kind of a 1970s view of agriculture that, you know, it's the combine taking the hard durum wheat and harvesting that, when we're doing so much more now. Distilleries and breweries and custom cheeses and things of that sort, custom turkeys and poultry. So yeah, I feel like we're being hamstrung. Now we have a new state conservationist. He's only been up there for, well, not quite a year yet. So I'm hoping things will change, but the status quo right now is still that it's the large farms. Outside of our CPP, that's why I'm excited about some of our new applications, because those two programs are more competitive, and the Berkeleys and the Jeffersons, I think, stand a chance of. Actually, the last two that we closed, Miss Byers Farm and the Olean property, were both our CPP projects. So that's a competitive program for us.
And to your point, Alan, where those other counties don't have the infrastructure, so the threat of development is much lower than what it is here. So for you guys to be able to acquire a piece of property that, you know, could prevent high density housing is very valuable.
And again, the program is voluntary. So, you
Oh, I
know, we're
understand.
only dealing with people that really want to
That's right.
protect their land. And the folks that don't, they
So
can
be
have
it.
at it with
That's right.
development, that's their way.
Right.
Okay? All good? Okay, so we need to have a motion for the approval of the conservation easement on the named property, this
It's not Triple S Timbers Inc.
Triple S Timbers Inc. Is there a total amount that needs to be for the monetary amount?
What is it, 470, 457.50,
Okay.
457.5? So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed?
Council, once
carried.
again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well done. We sold your farm.
I wish. All right.
I asked Randy if his folks to come up there on their way.
They're here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I got there talking to them while I was waiting. All right. Next on the agenda is Chief Martin Roberts, Lieutenant Steve Sawyer, firefighter work schedule, Berkeley Fire.
If the council is aware, if you'll remember, last calendar year, there were a number of instances where we had to infuse Department 711 overtime budget. And we discussed it as part of budget last year. And it had a lot to do with, you know, with COVID, some shifting they had to do with firefighters. You authorized Randy, who's on vacation, to hire some additional firefighters. Originally, I think what were we going to do, Randy? We were going to hire one, and we ended up hiring three. So since that conversation, we've hired 3 additional firefighters, so that now we have 22 total.
21.
21 total. Career, does that include you?
I'm 22.
Okay. I still
Yeah.
consider you a firefighter. You're more than a pretty face. Thank God. So counting the chief, we have 22 career firefighters. Over the past don't know, couple months, Marty and Steve and Randy and I've been meeting, we've been looking at, overtime, what we can do to reduce our overtime costs. And including in overtime, is part-time salary. So although for purposes of our line item, it says overtime, it's part-time employees and overtime. And what did we meet 2 or 3 weeks ago? They came in with a schedule that they're convinced will work. And so they actually plugged it into January, and I'll let them explain the schedule to you. But from a budgetary perspective, if you accept their recommendation and they think it will work operationally, it could really reduce and minimize our part-time and overtime expenses. So
Absolutely. As Alan said, we have met with him and discussed the overtime problem, and we identified it. And we believe that we have found a solution by going to this schedule, moving the day shift guys into a 7K exemption under the FLSA firefighter category on a 14-day cycle of 42-hour work week. And it will pretty much minimize the need for our part-time staff only on vacation or a sick day. And I believe you guys have the January schedule, so you can see that there's absolutely no holes in it. Now, that's further on we go. There will be some holes that pop up with guys taking vacation. I think we identified that we have 16 guys at the start of January that we call burn or lose in vacation time. But we do believe with this schedule, even moving forward, as we start to maybe bring other departments on, once we find the funding mechanism or figure out how we're going to go, going to this 42-hour work week schedule just gets us another step forward in being able to move forward. And Lieutenant Schauer is my scheduling guy. Very well diverse in the scheduling and some of the FLSA stuff that I just spoke of. And I'll let Lieutenant Schauer.
And we have gotten, and I see Anthony on the other side of the podium, we haven't gotten legal involved. And as you know, under the Fair Labor Standards Act for firefighters, and we know this because we're doing it with the 24-hour firefighters. Now, no, this schedule only pertains to what we call the 40-hour firefighters. It does not include Baker Heights. But with Baker Heights, we, for all intent and purposes, we have those firefighters on 56-hour work schedule. So we pay them 53 hours of straight time and 3 hours of time and a half. And under the Fair Labor Standards Act, which I've included the table that, an excerpt from it, it's actually page 52 in your packet. It shows that, firefighters and cops are a little different under the FLSA, can be treated. So this certainly falls within Fair Labor Standards Act. So go ahead, Steve.
And by moving to this schedule, it does away with the mandatory overtime that we had, because the guys work 40 hours a week, they work on our days, so we had to finagle it to get them their hours. And they were essentially working over 40 hours 1 week. They were getting paid 8 hours of overtime that week. So by going away with that, by moving to this schedule, it does away with that. It does away with 7 scheduled part-time days per month. On my calculations, that will save you $41,476 a year by moving to this schedule.
Steve, I see, Lieutenant Schauer, I see a couple days in a month, there's 3 people at each fire hall.
That's another benefit of this schedule. Every other Wednesday, there will be 3 people at each fire station in the county, and not you and not one knowledge.
And what we have done, so since you brought that up, what we are doing is those guys will be put on like A shift, B shift, and C shift. And those days will be used as training days. Therefore, so we can maybe try to cut down on paying overtime.
For training?
For people that we need to get training. We have an instructor that's on the department with us, and he's willing to take that on to make sure that we can, what training we can do while on shift, we can get taken care of. If we need to have an employee meeting with them, Randy has opened up that we can do Zoom if we need to do an employee meeting while we're working. Therefore, we won't have to bring people in after hours and pay them overtime to come to a meeting. We have them there. So I think it's a very win-win situation for us to be able to have that, and it's a win-win situation on every other Wednesday for the citizens of Berkeley County, because it's going to be a total of 15 firefighters on.
Yeah, I just counted 15 on one day, so
Yes,
we're
sir.
short 6 people, which I'm sure they rotate different Wednesdays.
Yeah, and that's the ABC shift that I'm referring to. It's on the Baker Heights rotation of the shifts at Baker Heights.
And with this schedule, with the rotation these guys are on, they can look out a year from now, if they want to take vacation and say, what that day. Their days, they can look at that scheduling program, like a year, 2 years out, they can see they work that day or they're off that day.
All right.
They completely does away with scheduling work. Any part-time we would need is someone calls in sick or cover a vacation day, that is it. And if it falls on, someone takes vacation on the days that it falls, then that Wednesday with those 3 people, we don't have to backfill that day. Because we're
Correctly,
structured
we go to a two-man number.
Yeah.
So you said that the savings is $41,000 a year by doing what you're doing.
Correct.
But yet we're using that money for them to be there on that every other Wednesday for training?
We're going to be there and save you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes. Yes.
That's a net savings.
Yes.
And that's just salaries, that doesn't include personnel, I see that.
Yeah, so that number is probably a little bigger, but knowing truly what those percents are, absolutely. So it's a win-win situation.
So what's the negative thing on this? Anything negative?
What's that?
We've only had one person really speak against it. Really, they're only working one day more than often they have with these extra days. I won't mention their names.
No need to.
Yeah, we had one person that was against it.
Mhm.
And after I spoke to him, he's a business owner.
Mhm.
So it would make more sense for you to pay this guy 2 hours straight time a week. We'll pay this guy 50 an hour, 12 hours a day. He said, well, when you put it that way, it makes more sense.
Right. Well, plus we know that this is, we've got fire departments that's requesting additional help. I think we owe it to the citizens and the taxpayers and the fee payers to show that we're doing our due diligence and making sure that they get, it's not gonna cost any more than what they have to, and we also keep everybody happy.
And like Chief Robert said, if and when the funding mechanism is found for 24 hours throughout the county, there is a 24-hour shift that is a 42-hour work week, which is called 24/72. You will not have to move them at all. You'll continue a 42-hour.
That's correct. Instead of working 12 hours a day, they would be working 24 hours. So, and then they would be off on a 3-day break and then come back on.
Yeah, and the one good thing from working on from what I see on the emergency side of fire and EMS, when you do that, a lot of, like you said, a lot of our employees have second jobs or business owners or something like that, to where it actually would benefit them because they like what they do, I believe.
Yes.
And they love to protect people. The main reason they do it probably because of the benefits,
Because you look at the guys that are on the 24-48 right now, they work 24. These guys yesterday worked 24. They got off 6 o'clock this morning. I can tell you right now, those guys are wore out.
From last night.
Crazy, busy day in Berkeley County.
Mhm.
Those guys didn't get back into the station until 2 o'clock, and that's having to put the apparatus back in. So they may have not even got to sleep to take a nap or anything by the time they got the apparatus back in service and so forth. So you take today is a down day for them to try to recuperate, and tomorrow they have tomorrow off, and then bam, go right back at it. on Saturday.
And this gives, and you know, I know Randy and the chief and the lieutenant have put, I think, for a amount of time on it, and the lieutenant has become the scheduling guru for the department, and I have to say he's really good at it. They put an incredible amount of time into this, and it'll work, and as they said, you can do it a year in advance, so our employees will know, you know, who's working the 4th of July, you know, the day before and the day after the 4th of July holiday. So,
Also, it's a year in advance, you have the schedule.
Yes, sir.
It's done now until we change, until the council decides they want to change schedules. It's done for good.
so if you approve this effective January 1st, the schedule for calendar year 2022 is done.
And it looks just like your January
Yeah,
schedule.
just what you have, that's how it'll be.
All right, anybody have any questions?
I mean, I think it's a great idea, and I think you guys did a very good job. I hope, I would think, and I hope it does, it helps the morale of all the employees. You know, I mean, for me, it would definitely, to be able to know long-term what a plan is. I think, to me, that's one of the downsides of getting involved in the emergency services, is that they go back and forth and rotate all the time, which is crazy to me. I could never do that.
And they're still gonna pick up overtime like last night, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's 6 hours overtime in
So
this one day.
basically how this breaks down is it's 36 for 1 week and 48 the next week. But being placed into that FLSA 14-day cycle, it cycles out to 42 hours a week. And then we are covered by moving them, the same as firefighters at Baker Heights on the 2456. These guys will just be on a 42-hour work week schedule, 14-day cycle under FLSA.
You know, and when we talked about this, we've met a couple times to talk about, what really sold me was, we all know that sooner rather than later, once we figure out the funding, we're gonna have more 24/7 fire departments. This gives us the mechanism that we can pretty easily flip the departments into that 24-hour mode with
Just change it from a 12 to 24.
right. So it'll make the transition much easier.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to have somebody doing that all the time.
So this is kind of maybe, we can look at it as a baby step to move forward to where we ultimately need to be. So by taking this little step, it's getting us to where we need to be, getting us aligned. So when things start coming down the road, that we're moving forward with staffing these other stations. We're not running around trying to figure out how we're going to do it and so forth. We're continuing to prepare ourselves for days ahead of what's coming to us. So
I think the biggest thing is now the lieutenant has worked himself out of a job. So he's gonna be doing something somewhere else.
Well, just so you know, he was never compensated accordingly.
I know,
So-
I've just known him since he was born, and I just have to pick on him.
Yeah, but I give all three of you a lot of credit for searching this out and finding this schedule, having the documentation behind your requests, especially through the FLSA, and it presented itself an issue when we took the staff from 36 hours to 40 hours is where that difference came in, and then finding those additional hours, 4 hours a week, through that particular schedule. But this makes it a whole lot more cleaner. I'm glad to hear that the rank and file is in favor and support of this, and the scheduling will be much simpler. We have additional people on duty every other Wednesday, and you're saving money.
Good job. I like the part about the training side of it, because now they can get their training on a schedule, and just so you all know too, Randy, we have asked Tracy Gill to go after a training facility grant, not just for the sheriff's department, but for all entities, right? And it's a very big grant, and she's got the green light to move forward with that.
Well, we're trying to develop a public safety training facility for fire, police.
Is this thing from Rumsey?
No, this is just a grant application.
I got you.
Where it would go and stuff is still open for discussion, but we're just applying for the grant because the sheriff would like to have. He doesn't have a shooting range. He doesn't have any place to train without asking somebody to allow them to use theirs. So, and naturally, if it involves the sheriff, it's probably going to be further out than what it is closer. You know, because of firing a firearm, probably. But anyway, when are you looking to make this effective?
January 1st.
All right.
And
So,
the guys have a few weeks to look at the new schedule, figure it out. Help them see it.
all right.
You know, and I
So,
mean, these guys, they can actually go on the scheduling now, our online scheduling, and they can go out, you can go out to January and they can see what's gonna happen. It's just, we had to get the approval from you guys to be able to do this.
Also, if I could say one more thing, right now we have guys that bounce around station to station wherever they're needed. Everybody will have their own department. They know where they're going every single day.
as long as the volunteers don't have a problem with it,
Correct. Yeah, and the ones we have working in the department right now.
or that there's no problems. Right. Mr. Lilly, you have anything?
I think along with that, I think this may be better accepted like through volunteers, because now volunteer chiefs know exactly who's going to be in their station, and when they're going to be there. Sometimes that, that has been a question.
Right.
But, that's kind of answered.
What was brought up by Mr. Browning
Yes.
of not knowing who's going to be there.
So, with this laid out, he will know exactly who's
I should
going to be in
say-
the station for the whole month.
Right.
You know, and I'll speak on that. We have allowed the chiefs now to be able to look at the schedule. And so unless we have to make a change because somebody called in sick or we had to move somebody around, they have that opportunity now to look at the schedule and see who's at their station. So, but, I had one chief ask me if we could kind of maybe keep the same guys at his station, and with this scheduling, we have done so for him. That's accomplished by going to the schedule. So,
Okay.
We're trying to hear what they have to say and do what we have to do, and come together as a whole to make this thing work. So,
All right.
I think with this, it definitely, I know Lieutenant Shaw here works tirelessly on the schedule. This will definitely make this scheduling easier for people. Also, in our end goal is to provide the best service that we can provide to our community members and get it with the least cost. And I think with this, we're saving taxpayer money and providing the community with better service.
The only thing that I need to ask Mr. Lilly is, in Chief, and I think it would include Matt Umstead as well. We have these volunteer fire companies coming and asking for more help. We've talked about this. This is no fast turnaround. It's probably a 2 to 3 year turnaround, and I'm saying more like 3 than 2. We need to start organizing that and facilitating the plan moving forward. And it's going to have to involve you, Randy, and you, Chief, and Matt, because Matt's going to know more about the timeline of how to market and this, because we got to educate the public.
right, correct.
And I shouldn't say market, but we got to educate the public.
So let me ask you, would you like myself and Randy to, maybe schedule a meeting with the volunteer departments, at least one or two, the president and the chief of those departments, and try to get some groundwork started of, laying some things out, and then moving forward with Matt and somebody from the council maybe being with us.
We need to organize
I
it.
would feel better to have some council representation with Randy and I, because ultimately, you know, you guys are the say so of it. So,
Well, I think, yeah, we're on a very tight schedule today, so, we'll discuss that, get with me. And naturally, I'm very much involved in that and have been. So, and set on the fire board, but we need to get first thing is we gotta get a timeline. How long will it take? And it's all got to do with the billing cycle of the fire board and all that stuff. Then you got the hiring of the people and all that stuff. So that's another day.
Matt and I did meet Monday, and this actually came up as a topic of conversation. So he is prepared, and as you know, he put together a timeline that will have to be updated. So he's aware that he knew that this was on the agenda. He's aware that this is a process that we're going to want to start pretty quickly.
Oh yeah.
So he's ready. He knows.
Okay. All right. All right. Entertain a motion on the new work schedule to start January 1 of 2022 for our firefighters.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made to approve and move forward. Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
Y'all have a
you.
great day.
You guys did great.
Thanks, sir.
I know how much work you put into this. You did a good job. Thanks.
Thank you all. All right, let's take a quick break before, let's go ahead and take a motion to go in executive session for,
You said you had a couple of little things to do before we brought developers in.
right.
Yeah.
Need a motion to go in executive session for real estate and what else? We got some legal
Real
legal
estate,
matters.
legal and economic development.
Right. All right. We're in executive session. Should I have a second? I'm
Second.
sorry. All right.
Jim and Jim.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are in executive session. Sorry.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
officer.
We're out of the executive session, back in regular session. Mr. Barnhart, would you do the honor?
Well, sir, I'd like to move to recess.
There is no public.
Well, I just wanted to announce that.
We are recessed. I had to say that.